Welcome back to the shop, everyone. This week's video takes place in 2026, week 21, May 18th, my birthday, through May 24th. And this week, we are going to continue on with headers. So I'm just measuring out to install EGT bungs. And honestly, I kind of forget what I did in this video because it's a long one. It's like 4 hours, 4.5 hours, something like that. And I started editing this. Like, it took me all of Saturday, all of Sunday to edit because it's just a long video. So anyways, we're going to find out again what I did together. Yeah, so installing EGT bungs. I think I mentioned this before, but the EGTs are going to read the exhaust gas temperatures of each cylinder. So I'll have one bung per cylinder, and this is helpful to find out, if you have a dead hole, if one of your holes is intermittent, if there's anything wrong with it. By measuring how much heat is coming out of the cylinder, it's actually a really good troubleshooting step. So I bought this kit from, I want to say I got the kit from Low Dollar Motorsports. It's more or less it's a Holley EGT module with the Low Dollar Motorsports 1/4-inch EGT probes. So yeah, drill a hole in each runner, weld on a bung, and then I'm going to smoke test it once I am done. Since this video is so long, we'll see how far I get in the voiceover, and I might just end up breaking this into 2 videos over, 2 weeks, this week and next week, or if I get it all done, maybe I'll just push out one long one. I don't know. We'll see. Now that I have the EGT Probe bungs installed, I'm just going to get back to doing the rest of the header fab. So that's going to be where this collector is going to neck down to 3" from, I think it's 4" right now. So I'm just going to put that little adapter piece on there, weld it out, and we'll do some smoke testing after. So in order to get the passenger side header on, I need to take the coils off. I think I gotta take the valve cover off just because it all kind of goes in that same area. And then because I added that just tiny extra little bit of length, that 4-inch to 3-inch adapter, it is of course now just hitting a tiny little bit on the frame rail. So what I'm gonna have to do is I'm gonna have to end up cutting out a little bit of the frame rail just to get enough clearance. Kind of sucks that I have to do that with everything painted, but painting before having all your fab done, that's just the way it goes. So you can kind of see it's like going in, but it's not really getting into the correct angle, I don't think. It's just kind of hitting on the frame a little bit, if I recall correctly, so I'm going to have to clean that up a little bit before I get too carried away. And of course, before I cut or grind anything, put the valve cover back on, I'm just taping it up for now, because I don't need to put all the bolts back in as long as all the holes are covered. So now with that all cut out, everything blown off so that there's no little bits of metal, pull the valve cover back off and we can see about getting this header in. So now that the header is in, I need to get a V-band on this, and the reason why I need the V-band is so that I can connect it to the rest of my exhaust. So this next part's a little bit challenging. I already had to clearance the frame a little bit just by adding that little tiny extension. So now I need to make sure that with the V-band on here, it's gonna work. So as with the rest of this exhaust, it's gonna take me a little bit of time to get the angles dialed in perfectly. I need to make a few little pieces, but in the end I get it going. It's very tight in there. It's actually very tight to the floor. My floor is actually very hot when I'm driving, but it all works. And you know, I had my buddy in the car for the BC Drag It Challenge, and he was in there for 4 days, and he didn't really seem to mind the heat on the floor at all, so I'm going to assume it's actually not that bad. As with the header job, it's a lot of pull the header out, make a little adjustment, put the header in, pull the header out, make a little adjustment, put it in, fuck around with it, dick around with it, struggle with it. But it's all worth it in the end. You know, every once in a while, you just need to take the entire goddamn header, manhandle it, and cut a chunk off of the ends. I mean, obviously, I'm not using a fence. I'm not using anything. I'm just holding this up by muscle and cutting a chunk off of it. Is it the best way to do it? No. Did it work? Yeah. So yeah, that was a whole lot of work getting it to where it is. You know, I'm not fully done welding this out. I don't know if I'm waiting for it to cool down. I think I'm just waiting for it to cool down. Or I might be out of gas. Could be a weekend and I was out of gas. I don't really remember, but I'm stopping welding it out for some reason. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to drill a couple of new holes for my mid plates. When I had the engine in there initially, I had the mid plate on, but then I had to adjust the angle or the positioning when I put the engine plates on. So I just got to drill some new holes, and it's not going to be nicely riv nutted in there. It's just going to be a couple of holes, a couple of 3/8 bolts with a couple of nuts, and at least, yeah, that's what I'm doing here. And because the intake is already on and everything, I didn't really have the room to do the passenger side. So I didn't do anything on the passenger side. I just kind of left it. And just, like, it is what it is. Once, at some point in time, I'll have the engine out. I'll put a couple bolts on the mid plate on the other side. 2 on this side is probably sufficient for now with the engine plates. You know, I'm not pushing like 2,500, 3,000 plus horsepower, so it should be okay. Now that the mid plate has a couple of bolts, we can go ahead and we can start putting the driver's side header back in this thing. Now that the header is installed, we can start installing the EGT probes. So these come with a ton of extra length on them. And what I'm going to end up doing is I want all of the EGT probes pretty much the exact same depth in the header. So what I'm doing is I'm taking some measurements, I'm going to do a little bit of calculations, and then I'll go and I'll mark on each of the EGT probes how deep I want it installed, and then I will install all of the EGT probes at the same depth. Now, the reason why I want them all at the same depth is, in theory, the exhaust should be flowing out of the cylinder at approximately the same angle. So if you have one near the top, one closer to the bottom, it may not read accurately or the same as the rest of them. So if you have discrepancies in your exhaust temperatures, it's telling you that something might be wrong with the cylinder. If they're all very close and very similar, then you know that your engine's working pretty much the right way. Yeah, so as always, this is just a lot of finicky work, getting all the wires into the same direction, zip tying them at the same place, making them look good. It just takes time to do what I think is some reasonably okay quality work. May not be the best, but it's certainly not the worst. And yeah, all of this just takes time, especially I've never done any of this. I probably could have changed the EGT probe angles a little bit to point them a little bit more outward to make getting the valve covers off a little bit easier. But, hey, first time, it is what it is. Yeah, I'm guessing I was out of gas on the welder on a weekend. So now I'm just able to get back to finishing out the welds on this. Gotta smoke test it just to make sure that it, there's no leaks, and I couldn't see any. But my EGT or my O2 sensor actually goes kind of nuts on the passenger side, so I'm guessing I do have a leak somewhere. I'll eventually get it fixed, maybe. Alrighty, with that passenger header in, we can install all of the EGT probes on the passenger side. So we're going to do that, and then we will continue with getting everything all wired up. You know, now that I realized by talking in the previous video that I could have ordered those EGT Probe bulkheads by like the ordering or the firing order of the car, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4 on the left going like kind of vertical, and then 5, 6, 7, 8 on the right going vertical. I kind of hate the fact that I did these horizontal now. I mean, they look good, like they don't look bad. It's just functionally in my brain now. I know that I fucked this up and I could have done it better, but hey, such is life. It is what it is. All right, so now this is a door that I bought because I wanted to have a spare door so that I could strip it, so that I didn't have to strip my doors that were on the car, because I do have fiberglass doors going on here, which I've, you know, mounted in the past. So I bought these doors to strip the internals so that I could leave my original doors intact in case I ever needed to put them back on. You know, I didn't want to have to dick around and not be able to put them on. So, that being said, this is a 79 door. And I thought that all foxbody doors were the same. As it turns out, 79s. I knew they had the door handle lower in the door. That was fine. I wasn't worried about that. But as it turns out, the window frame itself is actually larger. So, well, the frame is smaller, so the window itself is physically larger. And that means that all of the trim pieces are also larger to accommodate the smaller frame / larger opening. So I didn't know that when I bought these doors, otherwise I obviously would not have bought them. I shouldn't have bought them anyways, just because they were 79, but that's just, they were available. I'm on an island, doors don't come up all that often, so I just jumped on it and I said, okay, screw it, I'm just going to do it. So you know, that being said, I'm still going to strip this down. I learned how to take the mirrors off so I don't break them, you know, stuff like that. So, I mean, it wasn't all for naught, but I would have liked to have gotten these cheaper had I known they were different. Or just not gotten them at all. Anyways, it is what it is. Since this trim is specific to 79, I might be able to sell the trim and all the internals and maybe even the shells. Like, I might even be able to get what I paid for them back out of them. Don't know, because the glass on that's the passenger side, glass on the driver's side was actually missing. So in any case, I'm just going to continue stripping this door down, do my best not to shatter the glass or damage it too much, and then we'll kind of go from there. with a long time stripping the door. At this point in time, I'm like, okay, let's just kind of get some of the trim on here and let's make sure this is all working. And this is where it all kind of went downhill for me. I'm like, okay, this is in the right area. This is in the corner. This is kind of right. Why is this too long? Why is this not working? This is the fiberglass door because I've had issues with that already. And yeah, through this process, I realized the 79 doors, the frame itself is physically smaller, creating a wider opening and making longer trim. So yay, that's just food for thought. If you ever buy a 79, the doors are special. So yeah, fun times. In any case, I'm going to leave that as a problem for later, Ben, and I'm going to move back onto brake lines. I'm pretty sure I started doing the brake lines and then I didn't have the correct length of banjo bolt. The one I had was too long, so it would bottom out and the fitting wasn't tight. So I've got a shorter banjo bolt, so I'll put that in, and now I can actually make a permanent line out of stainless. Again, this is just a super short line, so it's really tight, really finicky. And what I'm going to do is I had made just a little test piece out of like the NICOP. So again, I'm going to use that little test piece and we're going to make a brake line that goes from the bottom of the proportioning valve into a bulkhead in the shock tower. And then that'll go to the line lock as the input for the line lock for the front brakes. So yeah, I'm just going to make some brake lines. You've seen me do this before. That little tool I've got in the vise is awesome at making flared lines. I've used the old, like actually kind of what I have on the wall there. It's a little, like, almost like mobile. It's got two halves to the clamp. You clamp the line in it, and then you screw the dies down. The one on my wall there is for 37-degree flare fittings, though. It's not for your regular double flare brake lines. But in any case, the machine, or the little tool that I have that goes in the vise for making those brake lines is money. It was well worth the money. I'm so happy that I got it, and I have made pretty much perfect brake lines every single time. So yeah, it's a struggle making a tiny, tiny little brake line. Believe it or not, the smaller the brake line, the smaller the fuel line, the harder it actually is to make. The long runs are actually longer. I mean, making the bends and getting those correct is harder, but a long brake line is easier to make than a super, super short one. So if anyone's doing work for you and you're like, why is this taking so long? There's a lot of work in this that happens and just takes a long time. So what I'm doing right now is I'm trying to heat up the end. A good friend told me that if I kind of heat up the end and anneal it, it'll be a little bit easier to work on. However, in the end, on these steel brake lines, it's a good quality stainless brake line. I didn't actually need to anneal it. I just needed to use the proper dies. So I eventually grab out my torch just to heat it up a little bit and then let it air cool. But for the rest of them, I don't bother. It wasn't actually needed. So with this super small finicky brake line done, I can move on to the rest of the brake lines. So I need a brake line coming over to the passenger side. I don't have a bracket made for it, so I'm going to do that as well. So I'll make a bracket for the brake line. I will finish off the brake line going over here, because I think I already did the brake line coming over here. I just haven't terminated it, so I'm going to very quickly make a bracket to terminate this brake line into, and then we will terminate the brake line. Or maybe I'm gonna just finish off the brake line first and then I'll make the bracket. I don't exactly remember what the order is, but I do have to make a bracket. I do have to finish terminating it, and then yeah, so we're just gonna keep on doing brake lines. So I didn't like do this brake line in CAD or anything. I just have in my mind what I want for it. It's a fairly simple brake line, so I'm just using basic hand tools, because honestly it probably would have taken me more time to draw it up in CAD, get the plasma cutter out and running, because I haven't used the plasma cutter in a long time, and then use the plasma cutter to make it. Like, honestly, it's 2 cuts, 2 drilled out holes, and then bending in the vise. So I probably would have wasted more time doing this in CAD than just doing this by hand like this. Now the front brake lines are done. It's time to move to the back of the car and, you know, reattach all the brake lines in the back of the car. And then I want to say that I'm going to bleed the brakes because there's no reason not to. But yeah, once I get all the brake lines attached, I'm pretty sure I bleed the brakes. Again, this is all stuff that you've seen me do before, but because I stripped the car, I have to do it again. You know, this is just the reality of having a project car that you didn't paint the first time around, and you're kind of doing some of the stuff maybe out of order or whatever. You got to take it all apart, put it all back together. So anyways, we're just going to continue on with the brake lines. At this point in time, the shop is filthy. It's a pigsty. I'm walking on stuff. There's metal on the floor. There's stuff everywhere. So we're just going to do a little tiny bit of cleanup here real quick just to get a little bit of my sanity back. So time to do a little bit of work on the clutch. So I do need to remount this reservoir, and I was trying to think of if I could mount it somewhere else other than where it was previously. But you know, the fact of the matter is where it was previously worked enough for now, so I will end up putting it back there eventually. Just because there's not a ton of room on the cowl. There was nowhere it really looked good. I'd have to cut the line to get it somewhere I want. I didn't really feel like doing that at this point in time. I don't have that much time to be cutting lines and stuff like that. So I was just like, okay, cool, whatever. I'll just put it back to where it was. So with the reservoir back installed, time to fill it up, and it's time to bleed this clutch. So the way I bleed it is I've got this syringe. It sucks the fluid in, and then using the syringe, I put the syringe over top of the orifice where the fluid normally goes to get down to the clutch, and I force the fluid through it. That's the way that MDL told me to do it when I talked to them, and yeah, they were like, yeah, you know, you could use the big stopper that we provide, but most people just syringe straight into the hole. So that's what I'm going to go ahead and do. I'm just going to drain it into my brake my brake vacuum bleeder. I'll just drain it into there, but I'll, you know, bleed it that way. It took like 5 or 6 syringes in order to get all of the air and all of the fluid out of the clutch. So it took quite a bit of fluid, a lot more than I was expecting, but I, in the end, got it all out. So I got a little bit of bleeding done, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, just push the clutch with my hand, and I'm like, it doesn't really feel good at all. So I just keep on bleeding, trying to get more air out of it. Alrighty, with the clutch working now, it's time to put the coils back on this. So as you saw before, I already had the driver's side coils and bracket all put together. If I recall correctly, I still need to put the passenger side together, so I'll do the same thing that I did for the driver's side, which is heat up some of the hardware, undo it, and then we'll put it onto the passenger side brackets and then get them on the car. Look at that, I lied, because it took me so long to edit this video that I'd forgotten that I'd already put them on the bracket. So, anyways, there we are. Now that the coils are on, I am going to start getting the front accessories put on, and we're going to start with the water pump. So same thing I did before, I will put some Right Stuff Permatex gasket maker on both sides of the gasket. Make sure that I have a good seal. I do not want a leak. So yeah, we're just going to go ahead and do that, get all the bolts on, get it all torqued down. figure out where all the bolts go, because I don't really remember, and I didn't exactly mark them as I took them off. I just kind of like, yeah, it's the water pump bag, and that was good enough. With the water pump on, I can quickly get the alternator bracket just kind of loosely in place. I believe a couple of the bolts do go through the water pump, so it's nice to get those in, get them torqued down. That way the entire water pump is all torqued down and properly installed. So as I was torquing the alternator bracket down, I noticed that right under the intake on top of the block, there was a big gaping hole, and I knew if I tried to start the engine, I was going to have oil shooting straight out the top of this thing. I was missing a plug. I didn't realize I needed to put a plug in the top of the engine. So yeah, I've got the plug in my hand there. I'm putting some sealer on it, and we're going to get it into place. And it took me a bit to get it in place, and then I kind of threaded with my fingers, but obviously that's not good enough. And then it's such a tight area that the Allen key that I was using wasn't short enough, really. So you can see I'm still trying to struggle to get it in. I eventually get it in, and then it's, as I say, like the Allen wrenches that I have are too long. So I actually find an Allen wrench in my box that was just loose. It wasn't a part of any set. It's just sitting in the box from when I bought the box, and it happened to be the right size. So you'll see I cut it down shortly. I try using it, and then I have to cut it down a little bit more. And I don't feel bad about cutting it down because, as I say, it was literally just a random Allen wrench I had in my box. So sometimes when you're doing custom stuff, you just gotta cut stuff down and you gotta make it work. You know, for me, pulling the intake off at this point in time wasn't really an option because it would probably destroy the intake gaskets, and getting a new set of intake gaskets in the short amount of time I have, yes, I could do it, but I don't really want to. I need to get the engine and the car together as much as I can, get it fired up. Like, I've got so much work to do that I can't really afford any delays at this point. So cutting down an Allen wrench to make it shorter is really not even a big deal. I probably would have cut down one of my regular Allen wrenches if I absolutely had to. All right, now that I have that oil galley plugged, it is time to put some oil in this thing. I was going to use this filter that I had, but then when I opened it up, there was like a bunch of cardboard and crap in it. So I quickly switched out to one of my brand new Ford racing filters, just because I don't care. I don't want to potentially put debris through this engine. So, you know, a $10, $15 filter, it's a very easy decision for me to not stress about throwing out a $10 filter if it's going to potentially save me from throwing junk through this engine. So I'm going to be running 2050 in this. So this is a Lucas Oil 2050 break-in oil. I'm putting the 7 quarts required in it. So I'm putting, you know, I'm filling up the oil filter with as much as I could. And then I am putting the rest of the 7 quarts in. And then once I get all of the oil in, I'm going to cut and measure my dipstick. Now, the dipstick that I bought is just super long from the factory, so it gives you a lot of flexibility for different pans and different engines and whatever. So I'm going to put in the required amount, and then I'll let it settle for a little bit, and then I will cut down the dipstick and get it to the right length. So to cut down the dipstick, I kind of just put it in, figure out where I need to cut it down a bunch, and then after that, there's just a little set screw that holds the knob on. So undo the set screw, cut it down, put the knob back on, and then tighten the set screw, and that's it. It's not super difficult. I did end up not getting it perfect, and the full mark is actually halfway between low and full, but I know where full is, so that doesn't matter. Now that the system is full of oil and I have the dipstick set, I want to prime the oil system. I kind of want to see oil coming up to the rockers. Just if I see oil coming up to the rockers, then I kind of know that I have oil coming throughout the entire engine. And so I'm going to get my oil pump primer. It's just that little rod there. I cannot fit my drill on there straight, so I gotta use this kind of cheap little 90 that I bought from, I think, Canadian Tire. And let me tell you, as I am priming this system, it is rough on this cordless drill. Like, it is, the drill is heating up, the 90 is heating up, and I've got an oil leak coming out of the front of the engine where the oil pressure sensor is, and that's because I didn't put fresh Teflon tape on it, and now that the oil system is primed, it is full of oil. So at this point in time, if I were to pull that out, I would lose a bunch of oil. So I'm just going to tighten it down for now, live with a little bit of an oil leak while I'm priming, and then once I do my first oil change and all the oil is drained out of it, I'll put Teflon on it. But yeah, so I am running the drill, and I mean, I know that oil is getting pumped because I felt it go from loose, and then I felt it pumping. And of course, this is a 20W50 oil, so it is fairly thick, and it takes a lot to drive it. As I said, that 90 wasn't having a good time, so I'm going to try this little 3/8 90 drill, and it almost instantly just like starts burning out. So I'm like, nope, I'm not going to destroy a drill. I know that there is oil pumping. I felt the resistance. It's not up to the rockers yet. You know, it hasn't filled everywhere. It's thick oil. But I do know that I have enough pressure, and so I'm going to go back to the big drill just to see if I can get it up to a rocker. Yeah, I don't get it up to any of the rockers on the driver's side. And the drill was I was starting to see a little bit, I don't know if it was the chrome flaking or what it was, but there was some stuff going down. So I was like, no, I'm not going to continue. So I'm just going to throw my magnet down, try and catch anything, if there was anything magnetic or anything metal. It's not like it was big chunks or anything anyways, but I'm like, you know what? I will fire it up. I know I have tons of assembly lube on absolutely everything in this engine. If I fire it up and I don't have oil pressure right away, I will have my laptop out and I will be watching for oil pressure. You know, I'll just kill it. And actually, I think what I end up doing is I don't fire the car. I just crank over the engine and just check to make sure I have oil pressure before I fire it. So with that done, we can throw the valve covers back on and start getting ready for our next piece of work. So the next thing that I need to do is I need to swap the distributor gear on this distributor. Now, I'm not 100% certain that I needed to swap it, only because, you know, the material or the gears look the same to me, but it's entirely possible the materials are completely different. So when I bought my camshaft, it's a, I want to say it's a billet core camshaft. And so I've got, from the same company that sold me the camshaft, I called them, I said, hey, this is the distributor that I have. This is the gear size that I need, and I bought gear from them because they know the camshaft that they sold me. They know what it was made out of, so they sent me one. So this was a bit of a nerve-wracking process because, you know, as you saw, I was just kind of using a hammer and trying to, you know, hammer the gear off, and then I switched to a puller. Only because this is an electronic device, and, you know, hitting it with a hammer is not the smartest thing in the world. I'm not the smartest person in the world, so it makes sense why I was doing it. So anyways, I get the gear off, and then what I end up doing is I start putting the new gear on, and I realize that the old gear actually has like 2 sets of holes, and I'm like, oh, that's interesting, that there's 2 sets of holes. And I realized that there is actually a thing where you need to install your distributor gear at the correct height. And just like on your rear end, the gears need to mesh correctly. So you can check the gear pattern, make sure they're meshing correctly, all that sort of thing. But at this point in time, as I'm doing this, I did not realize that was a thing. So I'm just beating this new gear on, and I'm thinking, okay, I'm just going to line up the new roll pin hole with the old hole. And then as I was getting it on, I realized, like, I don't think this is in the same place. So that's where I went and I did some research, and I read the MSD billet distributor instructions, I believe, and I found out, okay, so the gear has to be installed at like a specific install height from the distributor body. So you'll see I eventually end up, so I'm pulling that gear off now because, you know, it's not quite right. It didn't look right to me. I'm like, this, you know, something seems wrong. And yeah, so you can see I'm kind of checking like, oh shit, this is the old one. It's got 2 sets of holes. This is the new one. It's different. And I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, so I find out that there's a specific install height. You need the gears to mesh. And so kind of measuring where everything is. And, you know, I go off camera and I learn all that stuff. And then I'm going to come back. So when I come back, what you're going to see me do is you're going to see me measuring and making sure I get the install height correctly. And what I'm going to do, because I know those holes in the holes in the distributor shaft are wrong, is I'm going to rotate my gear 90 degrees so that when I'm drilling a new hole through the distributor gear, it's 90 degrees from the old one. Maybe that's good, maybe that's bad, I don't know, but that's what I decided to do. So I'm getting it on there, and you can see I'm like beating this with a socket. I'm not being super gentle because it's a press fit. You know, I would have been better pressing it on. But I don't have a press, so when you don't have a dog, you hunt with a cat. And so I'm getting this on there. I got it kind of measured. I haven't drilled it or anything yet, but I'm like, I'm going to get this installed. I will check the gear pattern, and I will use some of my special gear checking lube, gel, whatever you want to call it. I'll turn the engine over, and then I'll check the pattern. And yeah, I nailed it after I, you know, checked it a few times. And then once I check the gear pattern, I will go ahead and I will start drilling for a new roll pin hole. So real quick, what was happening is as I was rolling the engine over, I was hearing some weird noises. Well, I had to loosen the starter to get the header on, and so as I was rolling the engine over with the starter loose, it was kind of clipping on the starter and making a weird grinding noise. So at first I was like, what the hell's going on, as I was rolling it over and it was making a noise. But then once I figured out, Ben, you're an idiot, everything worked out well. So yeah, you can see I'm just putting on the compound for checking gear patterns, and I'm going to throw this back in and check it. And yeah, I nailed it, so I'm happy about that. And then I'll start drilling the hole. So I'm gonna cover the bottom of the distributor with some paper towel, just because I don't want any shavings or anything to get down into the housing. So this is just kind of cheap insurance. So the plan is the distributor gear already has a hole. It's a 1/8 inch hole, I believe, for a 1/8 roll pin. So this is, I think it's a hardened shaft, I don't know, but my plan is I'm going to take a smaller drill bit, I'm going to drill a hole straight through, and then I will slowly step the drill bit up into a larger size until it's the correct size. So I started out with a small drill bit, drilled all the way through, and we're good there. So now I'm stepping up the drill bit, I get the next drill bit, and I start drilling. And the first drill bit was kind of dull, so I swapped out to another one and a third one, and so now I'm drilling, and I broke the drill bit. Yep, sure shit. Oh no, maybe not on that one. Maybe that was just a smaller one. Yeah, here's the full size, the big size, I guess. But yeah, so what ended up happening is the drill bit broke. So I'm like, oh man, what the hell do I do? And then I was like, okay, well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go flip the distributor around, and I'm going to drill from the other side, and hopefully I can get the other side to size. And then what I can do is use my punch to punch out the part of the drill bit that broke, and hopefully that works. So right there, I think... Oh no, that was my roll pin. So I've already extracted it. Thankfully, I got it out. That's kind of the thing about these time lapses. Sometimes time goes by quickly. So I'm actually finishing the roll pin install. Yeah, I got the broken drill bit extracted, thankfully, because that would have been really bad had I not. I'm just going to clean up the distributor a bit, and then I can get this thrown back in the car. I don't have it timed correctly. I'm just kind of throwing it loosely in the car so it's there and plugs the hole. Now that the distributor is in, I can get back to reinstalling the rest of these front accessories, power steering pump, Air compressor. I think I might even start getting the Pro Charger back on. With all of the front accessories remounted and some of the heater hoses back on, it is time to do some wiring. So, as I've mentioned a couple times now, I have relocated my coils from on the tube front end down low onto on top of the valve covers. So all of my wiring used to run to the through panel studs that were in my fenders, and that was a great place when my coils came down to the tube front end, but now they're on top of the coils. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to depin all of the original coil wires from the two fender through panel connectors, and I'm going to repin them into my firewall engine connector. I've already done all of the wiring on the inside of the car. I just need to do the wiring in the engine bay now, and then I also need to do the coil power, coil ground, and then coil ground to heads. So we're just gonna do some more wiring. You've seen me do all this stuff before. It's nothing new. So at this point in time, as you can kind of see, all of the wiring is just super long. Like it kind of drapes over the front of the car and down to the ground. And I'm not going to fix any of that right now. I got a short amount of time to get the car back on the road. I'm just going to get the wiring back in place as it is. I'm not going to do too much more with the coils. And right now I'm also reconnecting all of my injectors, the sensors, and just redoing all the engine wiring in general. So yeah, I'm not going to do anything fancy. I'm just going to make it work. My plan is that this winter I will probably do a brand new engine harness for this. Alright, so since I technically have not had this specific wiring configuration running in the car, I am just going through and verifying that all of my coil wires are wired correctly all the way from the coil itself, or at least the coil connector that I had wired before, all the way back to the ECU. That way I don't have a misfire or anything else like that. Yes, this is going to take me 20 minutes, half an hour to verify, but it alleviates the potential issue of having an issue when trying to start it. You know, it's misfiring for some reason. Okay, well now I'm all flustered because it's not firing, so I got to figure that out. So it's like, okay, well, I'll check the wiring and then rush through that. Like, it's just, I'll know that the wiring has been double checked all the way up to the connector that I didn't change, and then I didn't change the coil wires themselves yet. So just do some verification, give myself a very good chance of success for starting this up. right, so this part up next, I haven't done on the channel before because I haven't had this style of ignition before. So previously my crank sensor was built into my distributor. Technically the distributor still has a crank sensor, but I upgraded to this Innovators West balancer. Now what it has is 12 magnets in it, and that little gold looking thing sticking on the left side of the balancer, that's a sensor. So the sensor measures the magnets every time it passes by, and that's how it knows where the crank is. Now at this exact point in time there are 12 magnets, so that's what, every 30 degrees, I want to say. 12 times 3 is 36. Yeah, so every 30 degrees is a magnet right now. So the problem is, if there's a magnet every 30 degrees, it's not possible for the ECU to know exactly where it is, right? Like if you stop the engine, it's just going to be like, oh, the next time it fires up, oh, well, I'm seeing a fire every 30 degrees, but it has no idea where it stopped. So what I'm doing right now is I'm knocking one of the magnets out, and that's what's called a 12 minus 1. So what's going to happen is 60 degrees prior to top dead center, there's a missing magnet. And you can configure this in the software. If you mess it up, it's not the end of the world. As long as you have a single missing magnet, you can set it up, correctly. But yeah, so I knocked out the magnet that is 2 away from top dead center effectively. And, took a bit of work, but I got it, and that's all that matters. What I'm doing right now is trying to figure out how the sensor works, and yeah, that's all. Just trying to figure out how it works. And now we are just back to general reassembly. So on the floor there are a couple of plates that I cut out and I made to fill the tube front end. That's why I built 4 tabs and did all that, just to fill that in so that it stops water and dirt and everything from getting on the inside of the engine. So my thought is I'll probably get those in here pretty quick. But yeah, so we'll just keep on reassembling. While I was under the car, I noticed that some of the transmission bolts were missing / loose. So I figured before I forget about them, let's go down there, let's tighten them up, let's get some Loctite on them and make sure they do not come out. And while I'm down here, I'm just going to tighten up some other bolts while I'm at it. So this is my air filter. It's filthy, so I'm going to clean it out. Just kind of work on it in between doing a few other things because, I got to wash it, I got to spray it, wash it. So might as well do that at the same time as I'm doing a few other things. doing a ton of stuff all over the place. I got to get the wiring for the water pump, the AC, the coil, the fuel injectors, all of those from the back of the car to the front of the car. So we'll just get that going now. But as you can see, we're just kind of all throughout the car doing reassembly as needed. Like, as I'm like, okay, the next thing I need to do is just do this. So I'll just jump in and do some reassembly on it. And of course, we need to put some exhaust back on the car, and I need to modify the exhaust a little bit because I used to have long tubes on here before, and now I've got kind of like a mid-tube or mid-length header on it. So I'm going to need to do some more exhaust, but I need to get the exhaust in the car and on the car before I can even think about doing that. Well, folks, that was obviously like a 2 movie marathon of a episode or recap or whatever you want to call it. But that is all the time that we have for today. So, as always, if you've stuck around this long, I'd like to thank you for viewing, and we'll see you in the next one.